Okay, alrighty. Here we go today on this beautiful Saturday morning, afternoon, actually. And I did look and peek. Excuse me. Oh, uh, I keep forgetting that. Oh my. Okay, do this, and there we are. Here we go. Okay. Even though it's what in the middle, it's the end of July. It's just getting unbelievably cold. It really is just unbelievably cold. Um, at night here in New Hampshire. So, but anyways, I hope everybody's having a wonderful day today. I actually ran into a game I was playing. I kind of got stuck on playing it last night. It's on Polarium. It's a Polarium game. Um, yeah, because what I've been doing, I hope you all know this, but what I've been doing is taking a little break every now and then, because I have other things going on. But it's free, doesn't cost you anything. But it's called Polarium. That's P like in Peter, Larium. They actually have a little app, like you can download like on your computer. I don't know. Well, the phone, I don't know. I don't really play games on my phone. But this one here is called Merge Gardens. It's actually a cute little game, so I've been kind of playing around with that game. Maybe I might show you if I. Here we go. Okay, now go back out. Yay! I don't, I think I did have, but I think it's on the other farm. I'm just gonna come here and trade in my stuff. I really should have put down the issue about tickets. Um, and I wanted to bring this up because apparently one of my friends on his farm, someone was a little bit, I guess, rude or something. But anyway, if you come to my farm and, um, I don't use the tickets, but I know that there are some that do pick the tickets and, that do want them. And then there are some that could care less. So I wanted to bring that up as an issue for you guys, just to let you know that. I mean, and I know it's a pain, and maybe what you all ought to do is go to the Discord um, channel for this game. And it just politely ask the devs to just if the tickets, if we're stuck with the ticket booth, because I could care less about it, honestly, and I'm being very honest when I say that. And I do have it, I do have it in town, but I wish I had the option to remove it because I just don't care for it. But then there are those that like the ticket thing, because it does get them other items that they need. So this is why I want to kind of bring up the issues about tickets. And let me just run into town so you can see what I'm talking about. And again, I'm not really big into this ticket booth thing. And I'll even show you how you all can see it. But is this it? Yes, the ticket trader. Um, to me, it's a little bit of a controversial issue. Okay, but I'm just trying to point out to you that if you get it, then tickets will drop. If you don't get it, which I don't have it on my other game because I don't care for it. I keep the ticket booth obviously at level 1. And then you get tickets, and I have tickets here, and um, you can get the mushrooms, and it changes, by the way, mushrooms. Um, so you can get different items. I I'm trying to confused about this here because why would it have? So in other words, 4 tickets and 25 diamonds for 20 mushrooms. Is that what it's saying? Because like I said, I don't involve myself with the ticket trader. I do not. I wish I could remove it, and that's that. So really, honestly, if you want to be able to delete it and just put it back where it came from, because here we go. This is where you have your different shops and things like that. Okay, the only shop that I do not have up is the travel agency. I kind of feel like, especially if you're new to the game or whatever, you don't really need it because the travel agency, okay, is for this map that you're on right now. And if you look, see, it's for this. So you could put travel agencies to go all around to different areas in here. That's it. But bear in mind, it's going to take up this spot. It's going to take up this space. So just kind of give you a heads up. I just to me, if I want to travel around, I will. If I, you know what I mean. So there it is. But um, it's everyone's preference. So in other words, and I will show you in the thing here. Actually, I'll do it right now so that way, hopefully, you can see it. Let me just double check farm settings. No, we don't want that. Thank you. Thank you. I bet you I have to go out of the game. Game? No. Control. Yeah. You know what? I'm going to go out. I'm going to exit out of my game just so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Exit. Okay. Hopefully you can see this on the screen. Okay, good. Play my farms, join, split, customize settings. Okay, game. Hopefully it's under that. If it's not, we'll. Oh wait. Wait. I don't. Wait a minute. My farms. Ah, okay. Here we go. I think rename, visibility, main farm, permissions, custom permission. No, I know it's not that. No, it's not that. Um, back. This is gonna drive me crazy now. Join, split. No, customize settings. Let's just look and see how to play challenges, downloadable content. By the way, this is all. If you go to downloadable content, it'll show you what you have and what you don't have. Okay, just a heads up. I don't. It's not here. Interface. No. It's when you set up a farm, and I know it's there because it's when you set it up. Rename. Offline. Oh. Rename? No. No. This is going to drive me crazy now. It's here somewhere, people. But anyways, visibility, active land, permissions. No. It's that message that you have to do. And like I only did it once, so. Okay, you know what? For giggles and laughs, let's just do this. It's a lot easier this way. I'm just going to go to Basis Farm, okay? Let me show you something. And I know that this is quick and fast, but here we go. On Lord Basis Farm, when you go to someone else's farm, and I know that that setting is there somewhere, so I'm going to have to find it again for the umpteenth time. Basically, here I am joining one of my friend's farms, okay? Eventually. Now, what it says is signed guest book, replant harvesting crops. Now, if you click OK, hey, good morning, Ace. How you doing today? I just want. I'm trying to remember where you get this sign because I'm trying to remember. Maybe you do, Ace, because I can't imagine it being. I'm trying to find this. Anyways, when you go to somebody else's farm, for example, I know a lot of you just hit OK and you don't pay attention to it. Okay, fine. I'm doing all right. It's cold this morning. I know, right? In July, it's cold. Uh, I think I have a cold or something. I'm all stuffy today. Um, but when you go to another person's farm, right? It's gonna say, like the name of the person's farm or basis event, favorite farm. Okay. Now it's gonna say, this is what you choose, whatever you're doing. Okay. So basically, a lot of the people put the stand, because there's a whole list, and on that list it'll say, sign the guest book, replant after harvesting crops, please harvest the crops, please harvest the animals. Um, and in some cases, I don't think Ace has it on his farm, but in some cases it might say, please collect the tickets. Okay. Um, because obviously they want those tickets. So, and some people don't pick them up, some people pick them up. Um, and I'm going to be very honest with you. It's like sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Whether the person has that little thing there that says pick up the tickets. Do you understand? But if it says that, I mean, I the tickets are there for 15 whole minutes, okay? I know that maybe you're there for favor or whatever, and then all of a sudden you're going down the road, you're going down the row of, whatever it is, okay? And all of a sudden you hear that sound, and it's unfortunate that you still hear that sound when it's. See, I just heard that sound. Okay, so somebody drew a chicken. I mean, drew a chicken. Somebody, okay, threw a ticket. There we go, right there. See, guys, there's a ticket. Now, honestly, I don't know who did because it says Beth Baby is way over here on the right side of the map. If you see, right there, and there's a ticket there. So I honestly don't know. Oh, okay. So it's got to. Well, mine is. Oh, okay. So okay. I get you. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna get out of my thingy. You can see at your farm if it's set to public or private. Okay, see my farm. I'll do it this way then. You said public, okay, or private. Okay, so private. Okay, all right. That's why because every time I set it to offline, it just gets a little silly. You can see the welcome message. It'll be under farm settings. Okay, so let's go to farm settings. Hopefully, game. No. Um, how to play? Downloadable credits? No. Yeah, if it's healthy. Okay, so now. Okay, where is it now? I have it. Wait a minute. Let me just go play again. Hopefully. Do I have to go out of my thing? I shouldn't have to. Oh, okay. I know that I went into it like when I first started doing this thing because I did. Okay. So now farm settings. Okay, here we go. Right? Okay. Here we go, guys. Thank you so very much, Ace. I love you dearly. You'll get an extra Christmas present this year. Okay, here we go, guys. We have your welcome message, your friends' permissions, guest custom, and those are all there. But let's just look at your welcome message. Now, listen, when you come to my farm, you're not going to see this message up. I don't. I mean, it's like I don't have the ticket booth, but like because I had this discussion with Ace the other day, and I kind of read what was going on between the co-owner, and I wish we could have that kind of you know, thing. Oh, Mr. Bop's definitely gonna get extra presents. He doesn't have to do nothing. He just has to look cute and adorable because, like he always does. But anyways, um, it, so what happened was apparently, the person was like, being a little bit, I don't know. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Remember to sign. Okay, let's just get rid of remember to sign the guest book because, people do. Okay, there's a host, and I actually saw something new the other day, too. I said, "Ooh, that's different." Okay, so now let's just kind of slightly go down to the messages. And again, like I said, I'm kind of confused with house jobs, but I'm assuming that's with cooking and art and everything else. Um, but let's just say, for the sake of, okay, you know, you're over here and you want to change things around. Mine, I know I had please excuse the mess. Okay, so the messages are harvest the crops, the trees, the animals. Okay, it's pretty standard. Harvest the ponds. Please help with house jobs. My assumption with that is, I mean, you can't like go in there, make the bed, and wash the dishes, but you can go in there and do the cooking or whatever you want to do, knock yourself out. Please do the mine. I don't mind. You know what? If you want to do my mine, have at it. Thank you very much. I'm currently away, and a lot of times I will see that, especially with people when they leave their farms open. I don't think I, when I'm away, I'm away, and people can say, "Hey, how you doing, lady?" But guess what? I'm really not there. Once in a great while, I'm there. But here it says here, feel free to do anything you want. Well, sometimes that way that sentence is written, it doesn't really apply. Please help with quests, common sense, right? Please collect the tickets. Okay. Ah. Okay. First off, like I said earlier, I do not want the ticket booth. I would prefer to just put it back where it came from. You know what I'm saying? I think we all have the ticket booth because we all really didn't know what to expect from it, like these new buildings. And I think they should have kind of given us the option to return it back. You know, um, it's almost like saying the wardrobe. Well, I can change my wardrobe out of the game as opposed to in game. Okay, but you have that option. Um, Over here, remember to sign the guest book. Okay, simple as that. I'm trying to earn more coins. Oh yeah, that's me. Story of my life. I'm trying to earn more diamonds, medals. Please plow after harvesting. Well, now, see, well, in a sense of the word, please plow after harvesting. If you have your fields set up, then it is what it is. If you have them with sprinkles and stuff, you shouldn't have them. Please replant after harvesting crops. Now, here's the thing. When I've gone to Basis Farm and a few other farms that are basically, um, how can I put it? When I harvest a crop, let's say at Basis Place, but like there's no specific whatever she needs, I will go into that and show you what I do. When I go to a person's farm, basically what I look, because I look at their inventory, you can see it because I have mine in the little bottom, and you can, if you have it, if you don't, I'll show you how to put that setting there. That way you'd be able to see. But the thing is, it's like, let's say they need more tomatoes or grapes or something to that effect, right? So basically, what I do is, I plant, like tomatoes or, the grapes or something that they can utilize on their farm. I do not go wahoo and crazy and plant something that takes 12 hours or 2 days. I don't do that. And if you do that, I want to tell you something. That's rude. I mean, and I just think it's rude. I mean, because if you plant something that takes 12 to, unless it's a quested item, guys, don't misunderstand what I'm saying. Yeah, Brussels sprouts, you know what I'm saying? I mean, my thing is that, I mean, 9 times out of 10, I usually just delete them. But please don't. If you see an area where you can plant something, do something like beets or something, corn, cabbage. No, 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 no cabbage. But it's just the idea. Don't please don't do that because I mean I don't. You're not doing them a favor. Honestly, you're not. Maybe you think it's cute and cuddly. Well, it's not cute and cuddly. Leave it alone. Just plant something simple. Like I said, if you look at their inventory, you're clearly gonna see that they need that type of crop. You know, and it's most of the time it's usually a common crop that they need or something for the factory. But please do that. Um, and and when they put down, I'm trying to earn more diamonds, metals. I mean, there are always things on their farm that they can get that resource from. Just the kind of thing. Yeah, there's my favorite sign. Excuse the mess. Open to chat. I think that's just like if they're there and they want you to talk to them. I don't know. Have fun. Please look around my farm. Yeah, okay. Please, I don't know. Just throw that Happy New Year. Now, see, these are new. Happy New Year. I've never seen these before, but you know what? I don't pay attention to these. Happy Easter. Trick or treat. And, excuse me. Happy New Year. Happy Easter. Trick or treat. Okay, so what happened with Merry Christmas? What happened with Happy Holidays? What happened with uh, Happy Turkey Day? I don't know. But, it is what it is. I put just excuse the mess. I'm currently away and have fun. Because most of the time I'm not here. But now, when it comes down to the inventory, and I will show you this little guy. Um, okay, see, this is my inventory right here. So, for example, let's say I just got to, this farm and I can freely replant something. Okay? So basically when you're looking at that inventory, I mean basically it's like, oh, you know what? Maybe they need tomatoes. So go plant some tomatoes. Lettuce, don't even worry about it. But I mean, you see what I'm talking about? You can always look at the top 4 food groups and see what they might need. Now, when you look further down, obviously tomatoes, peppers, grapes, berries, then this spice. I mean, yeah, I know that there's a spice one for 18 hours. You don't have to do that. But if you want to do it, I mean, because for me, if you plant the spice, I don't have a problem with that, even though it can be, I think it's up to 18 hours on one of them. And I don't have a problem with that. But I mean, when you do the useless, it to me, and don't get me wrong when I say this, it's it's a resource. Here we go. Like, see, this takes a day, 4 hours, 2 days. You know what I'm saying? It's like, even though you might think, oh, but if you look, it's under the lettuce category. Okay, so kind of be a little bit conscious and aware of what you're planting, please. But to get back to you with the tickets again, um, I just wish they would just remove it and give that person the option to remove it. Or if you do pick up tickets if you do generate a ticket, for example, you're going down the road and all of a sudden you hear that sound, and you just keep on going and going and going because that's me. I'm guilty of that. You know, I'm very guilty of that. And when people come to my farm, I honest to God, I don't expect anybody to pick up tickets from me. If you do, great, thank you very much, and you're blessed. But under my thing, it does not say pick up tickets. So if you are on another person's farm, and if it specifically says pick up tickets, please pick them up. Or at least, I mean, and I know you're sitting there going, well, you know what? It's midstream and I'm moving along and, it went behind me and I have to stop and turn around and go back. I understand. I feel your pain. Um, so in a sense of the word, it's like it's kind of a controversial issue. But if you pick it up, thank you. If you don't pick it up, don't get caught. Because some people do want those tickets for their farms. And, I guess if someone says the owner, I'm a little, like when it comes down to, and anybody can say this, by the way, um, if someone basically says, because on the list, we use the tickets to get ingredients for when the event starts so we can save our favor and give the tickets an actual use. Yeah. So, I mean, if you are on a farm and I get what you're doing, I get what you're saying, but if you go on a farm, please, 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 and if it says, pick up tickets, please pick them up. Um, I'm sure that the owner of the farm would really appreciate that. But then if somebody steps in and says, hey, you need to go get that ticket, don't give them a hard time. You could do one of two things: leave the game and go on and move on. Don't give anybody a hard time in the game. It's a game, guys. That's my issue. Don't argue with people on their farms. Just don't do it. It's pointless. Because then if you start arguing with me on my farm, you know what I'm gonna do, don't you? I'm gonna ban your butt and you're done. Have a nice day. So there's that. Um, and I mean, and I'm not kidding you when I say this. Um, well, yeah, and I'm not gonna name names, but I know that someone did get banned for not. But but I had a look at the entire conversation and the entire, I don't know. I sat there and I did. I felt really guilty. Now here I go. I've gone to Ace's farm a lot, and you know what? I'm guilty of it. I don't. You know something? I don't even. I I I have to pay attention. Maybe I should go there and see what it says, right? Um, because I immediately hit A, go do my thing, and I leave. Okay, and I do that on everyone's farm. And honest to God, I do. I honestly do not pay attention to. I mean, other than the standard stuff. If it says to pick up the tickets, honest to God, I never see that, and it's because I don't pay attention. It's because I want to go there, get my favor, and I'm done. Okay. Careful driving. So, um, yeah. See, so I mean, so that the issue with, and by the way, and I know because you're like, here's a dealio. What if you just got there on the farm and there's a ticket over in East Overshoe part of the farm, but you didn't generate that ticket. Don't worry about it. And I would hope the owners of these farms realize that as well. Because I certainly wouldn't want to go to a farm, because I've seen it and I know you guys have too. Um, you can look at their map and you can see a ticket way over there and like, well, that ain't my ticket and I'm not picking it up. You know what? Fine. Don't pick it up. But just don't argue about it. Just don't. Be at peace with yourself and you you know. Yeah, see, I mean, I'm not kidding you. When I go on the farm and I hear pew, that sound or whatever the heck it is, I know it ain't me because obviously you'd see the ticket fly over your head and you're. So I just keep on going and pray. Please do not give me a ticket because, you know, I mean, you know what I mean, guys? Of course you know what I mean. I'm going to go back to I have to go back to this because, not that I don't want people on my farm when I'm streaming. I mean, I kind of don't mind it. My farms. Can I set it to? Oh, it is private. So, you know what? I'm good. Oh, okay. I meant to show you this, guys, the other day. And I know I did this about a year ago, and I want to try to do it again for you guys. Well, here's what I did. You know what? Under your customize, for example. Okay. let's say, for example, uh, and I want to do it this way too. My farms. Okay, let's say you have one, two, three, four farms. Okay, or if you do a new farm for your son or your daughter. Okay, this is the thing that you can do. You can do new farm, right? Now they do not have to use your character. Let's say you have, and this is a true fact because it was in the forums. Somebody wanted to know how they could make a character for their Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. It's 15 minutes. I mean, it's that ticket will be there for 15 minutes on the farm. Because trust you me, I have been on your farm and I have seen tickets just sitting there, and it ain't me. It's somebody else that left and is gone. I'm telling you, I've seen this happen a million times. But anyways, back to the farm. Back to the farms here. Let's say you want to make a new farm for your, like I said, your son or your daughter. So you hit, your new farm, not a problem. I'll even do an example. New farm offline. Oh wait, new farm, new farm. Let's do a new farm. No, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it offline just for giggles and laughs. Pick a name. Um, Gold Mine Vineyard. Oh yeah, right. What a thing to come up with. Happy, happy farm. Happy. Okay, I'm gonna hit that now. Let's go back out here because I just made a new farm. I'm not even gonna look at that dang thing because I don't want to look at the new farm. But anyways, it says, yeah, I know, happy. Now let's say, for example, it's a new farm. So with a new farm, especially like I said, for your son or your daughter, for your new farm, they're not going to have the wardrobe on their new farm, not right away. And it's 10 ribbons, by the way, on a new farm. So here's what we do. We go down to customize, okay? Now this is mine, the default, okay? So now let's do a new one. Rose Petal's another one. Let's do another one. Okay, I have to change the name to protect my innocence. Okay, I'm gonna go here. We're gonna create a character, male or female, either or. You know what? I wish. You know what? This is interesting. Now, you know what they are missing? It's too bad they don't hit. The little dice where it says just, you know, make one. So, anyways, I'm gonna just do a different outfit so that this is your no green. Oh wait, ooh, I don't know if that goes with the glasses or not. My favorite. This is my. Where is it? Where? I'll show you my favorite outfit. I have a favorite outfit, guys. Where is it? Oh, come on. I know it's here, but I do have a favorite outfit. I have one favorite outfit, so I haven't, and actually, I have never set it to do whatever. Uh, no, I don't want that. This one here is kind of cute, but it glows. Where is it? Come on. It's like the little. Where is the little cowboy one? Uh, I think it. You know what? I think it is this one. Okay, so I'm gonna do Y. Yeah. This is it. I love this outfit. Don't ask me why. I just do. Okay. So now I got my little shoesies and my little skirt and everything. I've got the little cowboy. I want to call it the little cowboy outfit. I love it. You know what? I'm not gonna do anything about the face. Uh, I don't think that would be kind of. You know. You know what? It's however your kid wants to set it up. But so there you go. So now, okay. So I'm gonna do the little duck glasses. Okay. Isn't that cute? Yeah. It doesn't go well with the hairdo, so let's forget about that. Okay. So I'm gonna do the glasses. earrings, whatever. Okay. And then the backpack. Now they have a variety, like a school one. See, these are all your backpacks. Okay. I kind of like this one here, but I'm gonna change the color.
Sure how to help you with that.
Okay, Ziggy, you have a wonderful day. Red. Okay, red. I don't think it really matters because. Okay. Okay, back. Do you want to apply changes you've made? Yeah. Uh-oh. I hope I didn't screw up. Presets. Rose, default, rose. That's a default, so I can switch it back. Don't worry about it. I think, oh, you know what it is? I didn't go to the farm, that's why. Okay. Why does it say, why is Rose Petal dressed like that? Oh, good Lord. Have mercy. Okay. But anyways, I think you have to be on that new farm in order to for it to kind of kick in. So before you go, I am curious about my happy farm. Okay, let's take a look at it and don't scream, guys. Happy. I took Rose with me. Welcome. Yeah. Yeah, I do too. Okay. Here's your new map and it's going to be bigger than you think, of course, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, I think that's what it is. Will it let me go to town? Yes. Okay. So, I'm in town, obviously. And see, the first thing is your vegetable shop. If you remember my saying, the reason why you want a vegetable shop. Oh, look at that. I need 1,000 gold. But don't worry about it. We'll get that money quick. But the beauty of having this, okay, because if you look over here, oh, God. If you look over here to the right of your screen, it wants eggplant, lettuce, garlic, and pepper, okay? So that is why when you get your first shop, little did we know back in the day, you put down a pile of lettuce, you're good, okay? So now let me go out of this here because I'm going to go to my regular game and want to show you how it's progressing. Yeah, I want to leave. But like I said, there is a way because I've already showed this like about a year ago. But you can make preset default. Okay, why does it say preset? Ah, thank you. Oh, you such a oh. Why didn't I do this? Rename preset. Okay, this one here is okay. Okay, so now I know that what that one was. I forgot all about this, guys. So escape back. So we have one for Ladyicewolf. Here we go. New preset. Okay, which name would you like to use for this preset? Named after your child, or whatever you want to do. Okay, I completely forgot about this setting, but I think it would be kind of interesting. So now I'm gonna type the name in as B-E as Beth. Okay, don't ask me why. Just you know. So here we go. So now we're gonna go down to Beth. By the way, so we're gonna go to the character. Body type, I think she's fine. Oh, skin tone. Well, you can change the skin tone. Put whatever clothes you want on her or him or her. Okay. Um, it's totally up to you. Whatever you deem it appropriate for your child, and that's how you do it. Um, the variant is Y. Ooh, yeah. I want to look like an Eskimo. And the face is fine. What is it? To show something new? Oh yeah, it does. Oh, I always wanted to have a little spider web in my hair. Little spider or bat in my hair. Where's the bat? I don't see it. Okay. Where's this one? Oh yeah. Um okay. So she's supposed to have a bat in her hair, but I don't see it. We're not going to give her a beard today. She just wouldn't look great. Oh, no, Lord have mercy. Oh, look, see? Okay, so we're not doing that either. And then the glasses, I'm going to leave it be. Earrings, leave it be. The little face stuff. Like I said, it's not going to take you long to set one up for your child. And again, there's that. Body type, I'm not touching. Weight, skin color, hair color. I like, ooh. Oh, wait a minute. If you hit the thing, there you go. If you hit, like for me, if I hit A on my controller, okay, that's where you can change the colors and, you can go through it, really very quickly. Okay. Ooh, I like that one. Okay. Now, skin tone, oh, wait. You can be a, I don't know. I guess you can be a Smurf, but then it's not going to match with the. But I'm going to leave it like that. Okay. So now ice rose or skin eye color lime. I like blue. I don't know. I haven't. Oh, that kind. Yeah, let's do it that way. So now she's good to go. Okay. Um, Go back. Yes, they will. No, do you want to apply the changes you made? Yeah. Okay. And there you go. That's Beth. Okay. So now, if you go down here, you go customize again, for example, you go hit X for presets. If you have a son or, somebody else that comes to they play, hit new preset, boom, put the name down. Okay, that's as simple as that. Then go through the same routine that I just showed you how to do their, put clothing on them or whatever. Um, Now, when you go play your game, you pick which one you pick which one is the name. That's all you do. And you can see where it says customize. You go Ladyicewolf, because that's what I'm going to use today. So Ladyicewolf is going to be on, her farm. So Beth's going to be on her farm when it's her turn to play. Or, little Jax, he's going to be on his farm when it's his turn to play. So it's that easy and simple. And, basically all you have to do is, like I said, if you have other people playing farm together, on even your Xbox, your PlayStation, or whatever, okay, they can go to their name. This might be a good one for you, Heather. That way your daughter doesn't have to play on your game because, if she wants to delete her game, let her have at it. Um, so there's that. And so I'm going to go to my farm right here. Okay, play. Okay, so, if you have any comments or questions about, having your kids play and how you want to set up their character, go that route. But at least for you, you have your own game over there. And basically all you have to do is make sure that they're playing their game. It's kind of like that simple. Um, and that's how you should go about doing that. I mean, there shouldn't be any problems. And again, I know sometimes we forget, but just even if they say, hey, mom, dad, I want to play and I play farm together, just make sure that they're on their character, not yours or not somebody else's. Just make sure they're on their own. So that way, it's kind of like you don't have to worry about them playing on your farm and doing whatever. They're playing on their own farm, doing their own thing, and you're good to go. So it's kind of that simple. But like I said, if you have any questions about that, um, by all means, feel free to send me a message or whatever and let me know what's going on. If you want to do that, because I like I said, there was a guy. It was about a year ago, and he said he wanted to know how he could have have his kids play, and which was I mean, I don't have well, I have my kids, but they're all grown, so. But if you've got little children that want to play, And I know some of you let them play on your farm. That's great. But then you know what? If you want them to play in their own little farm, then and just set it up for them like that. They'll play it, and they'll pretty much do whatever they want. So, but I think that's a kind of a neat idea for your kids to have their own little game and they can play it. I swear let me see something. Okay, so this is his first farm. Okay, so I'm not gonna. I'll have to look later. Okay, so I did these, but I did not do these. I'm dying to see what the 100 is. I don't think it's going to be that much, really, to be honest with you, because it's looking at 160, and it's level 22. So I don't know. I don't. I don't think it's gonna be that much. But I did some changing around, and I kind of thought about this yesterday. I want to try to keep my trees, not so much all over the place. So I did some changing around with my trees yesterday. Oh, and I had to add more mushrooms yesterday too. I'm sitting there going, "Are you serious?" But I had open spots on my things, so on my mine. Now, see, this, by the way, this table is it's level 100. So, and what it's asking for isn't too bad. I think the payout's pretty decent. If you use favor, you're going to get more diamonds and more juice back. Okay? So, I'm going to hit this. Now, see, over here, it's going to say refill 240 and 120. My tea factory is level 100. So, you know what? It's not too bad. It's not bad. But I'm not, it's like, but I'm not going to, I really don't want to right now at this time get more tea factories. I mean, if I do, I'm going to add 2 more, and that's that. I don't want to go crazy like I did with the. Well, see, now here's the thing. Yeah, well, how come you got, 6 of these? I'm going to tell you why I have 6 of these. The reason why I have 6 of these is because if you look, okay, I get 1,200 diamonds and then 48 drink, right? These are all level 100. Okay, so now my refill at level 100 is 960 lemons. That's not bad. Okay? And you got to know that, I mean, I know some of you know that this is like the second factory you get. This is the first one, the jam factory. And then this is the second one. So, and this is a pain in the butt, I will tell you, because it is what it is. Tomatoes, I really try to avoid it. It's like a scary thing. This here is the, yeah, I should, huh? I'm just kind of wondering, how come you don't have 140 instead of 139? Why did you pick 139? Could have had 140. Did you run out of ribbons or something? I don't know. Here's my tofu factory that uses garlic. Don't ask me. Pepper jack. Now see, in this, and I don't have the peanut butter one, but the peanut butter one's more than this. So it's requiring me to put in at level 100, 900. Oh, you ran out of space. Oh, well, okay. Well, now you got more space, by the way. See? There's that. So, it gives me the 30 cheese and 1350 of diamonds. Okay? Now, but the only drawback, like, I mean, it's not really a drawback, but sort of it is. We're talking 900 garlic a pop by the time it hits level 100. Okay? 900. That's a lot. The peanut butter factory was the same way. I think actually the peanut butter one was more than 900. And honestly, um, I just kind of, I mean, my trees weren't even, and I'm sitting there going, wait a second, okay, so 900, no. We're talking, I would have had to sort, I mean, even though, yeah, I had my trees and things like that, I just, it didn't help me at all. And I only had one peanut butter factory, and I did get it to level 100, but I'm sorry, I just wasn't impressed. So, um, it wanted over. I know it was over 900, and the thing is, you're talking. Um, if, for example, with that one peanut butter factory, right? Now you're not even going to count your trees because yeah. See, well, yeah, yeah. See, and well, that was the thing when I would do the peanuts when I would plant them and everything else and harvest them and everything, right? I mean, I had a harvest over 900 just for that one lousy machine. And I thought, nope, nope. Because, and I still wouldn't do it today. But, because was it last year? It was last year. I decided, you know what? I don't need to do the peanut butter machine. I deleted it. I just didn't want it. I didn't want to go through the headache of, because I'll show you. Um, I did not want to go through the headache of, where are they? Resource. Okay, so they gotta be on the, hopefully somewhere on the bottom. Okay, there's one of them. I know one should be good. Okay, Spanish peanut. Spanish peanut. 2 seasons. I know we have trees, guys, but I'm just trying to point something out to you. Spanish peanut, and then the other one was the Virginia one. Hold on. It's probably here. Here it is. There's the Virginia one. That's 3 seasons, okay? And even then, when I tried to level those up, forget about it. It was so slow, and I know some of them, some people have them, a little more higher. Okay, here's my trees, right? And um, very honestly, I think this was like one of the newer ones back then, the pistachio. Okay, but it took a while for me to get this, and still, letting it kind of gather up. And so the only tree that I thought was halfway decent was like the pine tree, which is fall and winter, and then this one here, which is spring summer, the pistachio. So basically, what I did was, at the time, I put this tree and the pine tree together, okay, and put a worker on them. So that way the workers could just do those 2 trees, and then I would have the peanuts, you know what I mean? But it like, again, it took me a while. Um, so I mean, it's like you gotta weigh the pros and cons. That's why I tell people don't go cuckoo crazy and load up your farm with all these machines, because you'll it's kind of like you need to find that even balance. And I always tell people, start out slow. Do do 2 jam stalls. Do the lemons, because it comes down to this. The jam stall is basically one of your easiest ones and one of your fastest ones. And when I obviously first started playing, and maybe I'll play again with the new farm, so that way you can kind of get an idea of why I have so little of the machines. Um, and I know some people, they rely on that machine income. That's fine, but I mean, at what level do they do that? They don't do it right away, because if you're new, you've got to have it set up in such a way that it's going to feed those machines, because you have 2 fruit trees for your jam stall, which would be apples and pears. Okay, and you do get the apple one, but the what you have for a variety on your trees. Um, Let me see. That's not right. No, no, no. Maybe it's a category. No, it's resource. Okay, okay. Yeah, now it's back. Sometimes you have to flip it back and forth. Like here's your bamboo tree, and we used to set the bamboos up just for your lettuce, but there's still no. Yeah, sounds like a good idea, Race. But here's the thing. Here's your pear tree, right? So your pear tree gives you 3 seasons: spring, summer, fall, and it's a cheap tree. I think this one over here is a good example. Wait a minute, plum. Okay, so now you got your winter. In a sense, if you was to put your plum tree and your pear tree, and I know in the beginning, just keep at it with your pears and your plums. Okay. Now, when it comes to your apples, don't here's your apple tree. Just throw those out, because I'll tell you right now, when you have farm one, when your farm is level one, it takes it's really easy to get those apples and everything. The apples, up because it's 4 seasons. So basically, all you have to do is just do it do the 4 seasons, and I promise you, um, you might want to, and especially with the low level of your farm, the level of it. You might want to just start at like with at least when you can. Start at least with the 100, then work your way up to 200, and do the same thing for pears. Now, when it comes to lemons, that's going to be a little tricky, but you can do it. This is very doable. Um, the thing about lemons is you have the spring and summer. Those are 2 seasons. So hopefully we'll find something that's. I don't think there was any winter ones, but I'll double check that. Because you don't get a lot of these lemon trees until later on. Like look at this blood tangerine. Um, well, now it's getting leveled up because of where I have it sitting. Yuzu tree again. See, and I think you get that later on. But then there's this tangerine one. So if you can use tangerine, which was what fall, winter, and your lemon, spring, summer, there you go. Do you see what I'm saying? You're going to have lemons constantly going throughout the season. Okay? Like here's a lime that's, spring. As you can see, I'm not cuckoo crazy about lime. And basically what I would, because it's number one, it's low level it takes forever for it to level up, and it's 1 season. So I try to match up my, even uh, my my fruits and stuff. I try to match everything up that at least when you're playing your game, that every season one of those trees is going to be ready. You see what I'm saying? One of those trees will be ready. I mean, I remember when we just we didn't have these trees right here. We had none of them. Okay, so in the beginning, like we just had these little ones here. We had only 4. We did not have any of these other ones. Okay, so with your black mulberry, that was what spring, winter. This was fall. The next one I know was 1 season. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so summer. So these two are basically one and the same. So what we're missing is one that says summer, fall. So I think this was not nope. Summer, winter, summer, winter. So we had 2 of the same season. So basically, you had to throw this one in so it can kind of even itself up, because obviously you're using every single one of these berry trees. This was back before any of these came into play. Okay. Um, and I will tell you this: it's not a secret, but here we go. I'm going to show you something. Um, oops, not this. No. Here we go. I want to show you something about the trees. Okay. This tree here, okay, the flowering cherry tree, I would recommend if you can afford it, to put down at least three because it's only one season. But I'm gonna, okay, so basically have at least 300 up. And if you have a worker on it, that's good. If not, don't worry about it because it's one season. You do not want to waste any workers just for one season. So just remember when it's fall, autumn, you go on over there because it's going to require you to have your tree, the flowering cherry tree, to be level 60. Okay? And the reason for that, it wants you to have your flowering cherry tree to be level 60 is because it opens up, because it will open up these ones here. Okay? Just to kind of give you a heads up. It does open some of these. Oh, my brain hurts when I think about that. Oh, I can't, and I'm telling you guys, when we had our first Easter, it was not pretty. It was insane. Um, and again, like I said, I don't even know how many bunnies we had to get, but I know it was probably thousands, and not to mention the Easter eggs. And we had that small little rinky dink farm. I don't even think my walls were open, for goodness sake. But we just had these here, you know, and I distinctly remember because it was like the race between Ace and Mr. T was hilarious. But very honestly, um, Mr. T was doing the 99 thing, with the bunny rabbits going up and down, and so I kind of was like looking, and I'm like, T, you know what? Uh, you need more berry trees over here, cause you know it was just because the more bunnies, obviously, each bunny was not just because if you look at your bunny rabbits, for example, don't pay attention to what it says, because I'll tell you why. It says buy, growth, feed one berry. That's not true. It's absolutely not true. My horses, that's absolutely not true. They don't just eat one apple. They eat a whole bunch of them. But this one bunny, let me tell you something. They do not eat just one berry. They eat like 1.5, maybe give or take a few. So you're going to need a lot of berries for your bunnies, okay? And that's just for one bunny. So you got to kind of compensate and figure out how many trees you need for your bunnies. So, like, if you have, let's say, 100 bunnies, you better have about 200 trees for 100 bunnies, okay? I'm just saying. Um, and it was really funny though, because I said, Mr. T, I think you need to put some more trees down for your bunnies because they were always hungry, you know. And I just thought that was hilarious because it was like he says X's all over his bunnies, but and then and I remember it was my first farm, my number one farm, and I will never forget it. I was sticking eggs here and bunnies over here and berry trees over there. I mean, it was just hilarious. And I think that was like about 10,000, maybe 5,000. I don't know, but I know that we all have that. When you got to do the event, says 15,000 of those, and you're like, what? Yeah, hey, I feel your pain. You know what I'm saying? And that's why, God bless those that put up those event farms because I know they help you all. I know they help you all a lot. I know that when I set my farm up for the event, it's nonstop. So, and I feel it. I feel your pain. I get it. And I do appreciate it when you come to my farm and, you do all those little things because, then I can go to somebody else's farm and just finish off what I do. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I forgot about those, the strawberries. Let me see, how much were those silly little things? Because there was strawberries and pine berries. Like your pine berries are winter, and um, That's an 11 hours. And your strawberries, I think your strawberries are longer. I think. Nope, they're both 10 hours. The drawback is, of course, because I remember doing a field with something and I put, strawberries and then the pine berries. Oh, man, that was just. You can still do that. But see, oh, they need to get paid. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Gee, give me a break. 48. Okay, now they get paid. Because, what I did up here with my trees, as far as that concerned, these are like the crappy trees. I don't want to say they're crappy in a sense that they're bad, but those are the trees. And, but these are the trees that really I didn't care about. I never had workers on them. Um, because, they're like one seasonal thing, so I try to set it up. So at least they're doing something. And I know that there's a lot of workers up there, but um, I'm going to show you. Okay, so over here, let me just show you something when it comes to just these two special trees. I call them my special trees. Okay, I have the Ceylon cinnamon tree, and in that whole entire square, that's all that's there, 575 of those trees. Okay, and they dropped me just 3 cinnamon. This one here, okay, finally he made the level 10. Okay, so this one here, it drops me three spice. So both these trees drop me 6 spice. When the season comes around. So, um, and I just have the 2 workers. And again, if you look, it says it's 575, and there's that. So these 2 trees are great because they both kind of complement each other for seasons. And if all you have is just, you work around the trees like I do. Because the only reason now that I have those workers doing these trees right now is I don't care so much for leveling up. They're prestige to level 10. I mean, do you see what I'm saying? They're prestige to level 10. That's max. That's capped at 10. But yeah, you see these little trees right here? The clove tree, 1 season. 1 season, summer. 2 seasons, summer and fall. 2 seasons, spring, summer. If you notice these little trees right here, these spice ones, one drawback, none of them have winter. So you might have to wait a while. But as soon as you get these 2 spice trees, put them up ASAP. And, I know that they're a little bit more expensive, but hey, you're paying $36,000 for this for 2 seasons, 30,000, 31,000. You know what I mean? Because none of these have winter. None of them, with the exception of this one and this one. And so it's kind of great. And it really did take me a while to finally find a spot for these things because if you notice, they're all winter trees. And where this is a fall tree. So what I did was I put them together, but not on this map, I don't think. Oh, no, I did not. I put the spice trees up there and I put them there. Okay, let me take you to my farm, too. I think I changed it around. Well, not quite, but I think I changed it around a little bit. Because I finally got the fish that I needed. Oh yeah, there's that. Oh God. And I'm thinking about. Okay, so I was right about that. I'm thinking about changing because I mean there's a lot of pineapple trees here. So you know what I was thinking? I don't utilize my third farm as much. And I'm thinking, something, what's over there is just fish and flowers. But then I also have an area that's not opened at all. So what I thought was, you know what? I think I'll put the pineapples over there. And if it's requiring me a quest, I can do that. Um, because I want to try to free up a little bit more space. I mean, look at all those berry trees down there, you know? So, but this is like the farm with it's like all the mix and match kind of stuff. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna just use it. Okay, I'm supposed to do this one here. Triple something sea devil. What an interesting fish that one was. That's a new color. But yeah, I decided to change the floor in here because I just, ugh. You know, don't get me wrong. I love the building, but I it's the colors on the floor. I had to change them around. I wanted to see something a little more different than the colors. Yeah, I mean, I think it just kind of, it's I think one of the things I learned from back in my days of school days, when when you're, I mean, I think you guys can understand that. Like, I know I went a little crazy with the pink. This is actually pink, by the way. It's supposed to be, yeah, or like this is looks more purpley than pink, but I'm not gonna argue about it. But see, you know what I like is the fact that I know that this is purple and pink too. I get it. But I like to make it so you have a little contrast. So I put this color down so it can have a little contrast. And that's what I did. That's, you know, that's my decorating highlight. I like the contrast because if you have, I mean, to me, if you have the room, the same color and the same color floors and everything, there's no contrast. Oh well. Okay. What am I? Why? Oh, oh. I better put some of these down then, huh? I didn't even know that was a quest, but I guess it is. But I mean, see, like these things here, like what I'm harvesting right now, the green peppercorn, that takes a long time, but I have seen people, put it down. I mean, it's a spice. That's why, you know. And I think that one's 18 hours. It's either 16 or 18. I can't remember which one it is, but at least it's down. Oh, shallow is not ready until. Wait a minute. I have to put it under available because. Okay. Oh, I did not do that. So that's spring and fall. Oh, go figure. I know I'm pronouncing it incorrectly. Oh, I did do this one. Okay, I was gonna say. All right. So I have to wait until fall for the other one. Not a problem. And no, I do not have the toothfish here because it's on my other farm. Oh, gladiator parsnip is a all season. That's right too. Let's put those on. It should be. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. And this is the purpley kind of food. Brown turkeys, you see, I have them here. I treated myself last night to a cheesecake smothered in strawberries last night. Oh, it's a big no-no for me, but I did it anyways. I don't care. Um, yeah, that's my. You know what my weakness is, guys? I love having a really nice prime rib, and like when Larry and I used to go out for dinner, I used to get like a nice prime rib. There was this place that we would go to actually up here in New Hampshire. I haven't been there since, but Ah, they make such good prime rib. It's just mouth watering, and it's a good size. And they only have it up there once a week. Once a week, one day out of the week. Imagine that. So basically, you got to call ahead and say, "Do you have any prime rib available?" Because if they do, you know where I'm going. But so I would get the prime rib. Um, Larry would get the steak tips. Those were good too. Um, but the thing is, when I would go, I would have my prime rib with a nice baked potato and the vegetables, especially if it was let me see. Well, let me see. Broccoli covered with cheese. I love it. Now I would eat that whole plate. Seriously, and I'm not a big eater, but that is to me the perfect dish for me. I don't know what, everybody has their perfect favorite dish. That's it. Now comes the dessert. Oh, cheesecake. Cheesecake smothered in strawberries. I did try some other things on the cheesecakes, like, you get a plain cheesecake and then you put other things. I don't know. I like the strawberries. Now I'm going to go to my mind and go crazy because I don't think I set this up. I don't think I did, but I know that I did with these. I'm doing pretty good with the gold, or silver, should I say. I'm doing pretty good. Not doing too bad. I hope I got enough to do this because it's just gonna drive me bonkers. I think I only did this once with the quest. I just put the mushrooms here because I did have open spots. Okay, so this is obviously set up even though it doesn't look like iron. See what I'm saying? It's set up for gold or silver. I think it's gold. So it's not half bad. Um but see, that's why I tell people now, if you are trying to get your gold or your silver open, your first farm, go down to your mine, do yourself a favor, go over to that table and put copper on every single one of those tables. Okay? And then once you get your copper up to level 10, then um, if you have a second farm with the mine, it doesn't matter. If you have nothing on that second farm, just go to your second farm, open it up, and then put silver in there. That's what I did. My first farm was copper, and I waited and waited until it got to be level 10. Once it hit level 10, then I opened the silver. I came here and I changed it. And then you can, because obviously you're going to need your silver, which I forgot what level it was supposed to be. But once you have that silver open, then it opens your gold. Go to your next mine, or back to the first one. You know what? That's kind of what I did. I made the first farm. I just did it with gold. See, so that way you have one farm going silver and one farm going gold. Because by the way, the silver in the mines goes under the same category as your. Oops, no, no, no. Okay, let me show you. Down there in the bottom right screen, second up. Okay, that's gold and silver, so it's kind of counting it as one or the other. And if you look over into the left side of the screen, you see how many tickets I have? That's how many I have. And but I'm not gonna. It's not. I'm not gonna bash anyone that wants to save those tickets. But I'm just showing you. If you come to my farm, whether you pick up the tickets or not, I don't really care. I don't care. Um, but if someone says pick up the tickets, yeah, do that. Um, but anyways, go back into the mining. Um, I made sure that I had like I think was this farm? Yeah, no, it's not. It was the other farm. Like basically, I mean, if you want to kind of keep up, what you want to do is sometimes, like if you have two mines and they're fully open, you know what you do? You make one mine with all the white mushrooms, and then you go and make the second mine with the blue ones. Because believe you me, you will need those blue ones later on for leveling up your shops. I had that wonderful experience, and I'm sitting there going, "What? Oh, you gotta be kidding!" So yeah, I kind of loaded up one mine with blue and one mine with white, and every time I went to go and, especially with the blue ones, when I would go in that mine, I would get my favor just so I can get what I need. But again, too, if you have all these mushrooms, and I can show you that a little bit I can show you on the menu. Some mushrooms will drop too. I think there's one mushroom in particular. I don't remember the name of it, but there is one mushroom in particular that does 3. Yep. Okay, the cremini mushroom, which is your first one. It drops 3. Okay. And then this is your standard one. White mushroom drops you 2. Okay. Now see, I sort of, now see this one here, 3. The blue ones, 2. I think I did this one a lot, the red pine. For some reason, this was quicker than the other ones. But then you got the shiitake, which is 2 hours, but you only get 1 mushroom. Just kind of bear that. So pay attention to if you're doing the mushrooms and things like that, how much time. Like I know that this is, over here, this is 1 mushroom, this is 2. So, basically, what you do is you try to, pick the best one that you can do it at because, and that's the other thing too, is that each mushroom, when you lay it down, it goes down to how many. Because if some of you don't know, see where it says white mushroom? Okay, so if this was a full white mushroom, I forget the amount that goes down, but if this was a full mushroom, so in other words, I've got 5 more taps to do on this one. 5 more pulls for mushrooms, okay? So you don't have to go crazy and fill up the whole mine with, that one. But I do know that when you initially get your mine started, you're going to want your white mushrooms to be level 20. And so you might want to put, 2 spots for your mushrooms, for the white mushrooms to get it to level 20 because that's what opens up other mushrooms. And you basically have to follow that, what opens it up, That's what you got to do. And I just put these ones in here yesterday because when I seen how many I had, I'm like, oh, this is bad. Now see, this has 8 pulls. Okay, I haven't touched this yet. So it has 8 pulls, and you're saying, what? What do you mean 8? Okay, so if you look down over on the left side, you'll see the big mushroom, and then the number 10, and then down below it, that number 8, what that means is I can harvest this 8 times. That's what that means, just to kind of give you a heads up in case some of you go, what does that mean? There you go. And see, none of these tables have copper, put it in for. But when you initially, when you first get your, when you first get the thing to put copper in your mines, and you do it on your first table, on your first farm, the copper will, it will come down, you'll have it on every room. Make sure you do that. Now, once you get your copper to level 10, don't worry about it because obviously you're going to go back to your first farm, go to the table, and I will do it here if I can, if it'll let me. Let me show you. Oh, how many of those stupid things do I need? Okay, so, let me go over here. Finish this. Okay, so here's what's going to happen. Let's say, you just got the, you just starting to get the copper, silver, gold. Okay. So if you're standing at your table, okay, You have, this is your, I think this is like your pretty much your standard one that everybody gets when you first start up and open a farm, which is the iron, which by the way you're going to need, but not a lot of, but you're going to need it. So over here is your copper mine, okay? And already, believe it or not, I think it leveled up faster than the iron. I'm not, yeah, I think it did. I mean, right now already my copper is level 46. By the way, on my table, I don't have any copper ordered. So it's kind of like it's there, just like these guys here. I don't have any of these. The only thing that I put down was my silver, my gold. Once that I knew that this hit level 10 from my first mine, and then I switched it over automatically to the silver. And if you look at the icon up in the top left corner, that's a gold piece. Okay? Just to kind of give you a heads up. So, and then, and of course, like I said, I went to every single table on my first farm and put it in as silver because I wish I memorized it. But when you get that chance, you'll see what I'm talking about. It'll tell you what level silver has to be to get gold. And here's my gold. Even though, oh, gee, looks great. You know what? You know what isn't great? What isn't great is the rarity of it. How fast or slow it generates. But we'll get. Oh crap! I missed 2 pieces. Okay, I have to go back over there and get them. Yep. Yep. At least it's nice that it levels up, right? Ooh. It better not give me another thing down here, because nah, I'm not going to like that. Okay. We'll go back over here. And go this way. Now see, when I look at my map, I'm like, oh man, I forgot to. So I have to go back over here. Cut through here. Go up, 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 up. Where? It's right there beside me. Yay! And then the other one, you go over here. Go down here. Oh my lord, and it's a calcite. Heavens forbid. And seriously, I haven't been setting these tables. Other than with the gold and silver and copper, I honestly have not been setting the tables at all. But as you can see, there's more white ones than there are the blue ones. But the reason being is that, I put those other ones down. But, I'm not going to worry about it. If I need to add more blue ones, I can go right down to the bottom. Because, see, down here it'll show you, like, oh, you got 4 empty spots. So you figure 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28, 32, 36. So you have 36 spots for your mushrooms. Okay? Okay, so you have all of that. And what was it something oh crap, I think there was something I had to plant. No, that one's done. Okay, so oh, look at that cake. Looks good. So I have to wait until fall for that. This, my lovely little animals. And, so, and then there's my regular farm. And I want to look at my inventory. See, this is what I was talking to you about, guys. If I had a spot, I'm not kidding you. That shop really eats up the wool. And I'm not talking about the machines. I'm saying the shop. Because every darn time I go there, and I cash in for diamonds, oh yeah, it just eats my yarn up like crazy. So I'm gonna go down here. And oh, I saw something. Oh, this doesn't. Does it? No, it doesn't. I wanted to show you guys, show you something. Are there any animals over here? There should be, right? Okay. I know there is, so let me just check something. I actually saw something cute today. I thought, aw, look at it. Like, see, look at this. This is that free roaming thing that I had mentioned to you about chickens and animals and everything else. Um, so like, I know that you guys don't have it. Some of you may or may not have it set up. But if you do have it set up and you don't put a fence around them, this is what you're gonna see. You're gonna see whatever animal is that's not in a pen roaming around like these guys. And actually, you know what, Ace? I saw something like, okay, that's really strange. I saw a chicken today, and a pig, matter of fact. Um, they literally walked right up to the fence. See? I mean, up here in New Hampshire, this is what they consider to be free roaming chickens. And I think they have free roaming pigs, but they have free roaming chickens too. So, and that was my first time ever hearing that when I moved to New Hampshire. Free roaming chickens. I'm like, uh, okay, what does that mean? It means exactly what it says. This is them free roaming. Because, sometimes when I come back, when I go to the store, even when I come home, there's, like this, when I come up to the road, then I have to turn right. This is what happens. I have to keep my eye out because they have literally free roaming chickens, like just as you turn right. And I kind of sat there and I'm like, but I get it. Supposedly, if they're free roaming, it's a lot healthier for them and, stuff like that. Except, guys, ladies and gentlemen, if Mr. Coyote or Mr. Fox, by the way, yes, we do have Fox. So, I just want to give you a heads up, guys. When these little chickens and roosters are free roaming, there are the elements of foxes and bobcats and coyote up here. Okay? And, even though, yes, these chickens are free roaming, they're also free roaming in the territories where there's wild animals because, well, it's kind of like they're wild, but they're domesticated, like kind of like at the same time. But on the flip side of the coin is, um, if a fox sees them, or maybe even a cat or a dog, I'm just saying, you know, there's a risk. But you know what? People, I mean, around here, I was telling Ace the other day how people literally give away free chickens, free roosters because either they have too many or they're moving or whatever reason, but they give them away freely. So I'm like, okay. Though thank God if Ace was living here, you know what he'd be doing, don't you guys? He'd be having his own little chicken farm. That's what he'd be doing. I know that. I know that he would be sitting there if they said, "Hey, does anybody want a free chickens, free roosters?" I know Ace would be the guy. He'd be that go-to guy. I'm telling you, you would be. I bet you have that kind of, depends on your area, but I will guarantee you there's probably somewhere there's a group page where people are giving away free chickens. Now you hear that sound, guys? Do you hear that? I hope. I mean, if you didn't, now you see, there's a ticket. Will I pick it up? No, I won't. Um, if I go to a farm that says pick the tickets up, I will really try to do my best. But if it doesn't say that, then I'm not gonna pick up. I'm not gonna pick up the tickets. Oh my lord. Guys, I gotta take a speaker break. So hang on a second. All right, it's about my cousin. Hello, Tracy.
Hey, Juanita, how you doing?
Good. How about you, hun?
hospice came in today, and he's been approved
See, I can still see the comments, by the way. It is a long conversation. It was my cousin. Um, she's Lance is the one that, has the cancer, and now they're going to be moving him to another facility that's totally dedicated to hospice care. And, you know, he's doing okay so far. But, just to kind of give you an FYI what's going on, I don't want you thinking I forgot about you. And hello, Blaze, how you doing? But yeah, he's going to another hospital today. They're transferring him. He's in good spirits, things like that. So my prayers are always with him and Tracy. I actually had to remind my cousin Tracy, make sure you eat food. Because, when I was going through all of that with my son being gone and then Larry being gone, and uh, I was not eating. My bad. Um, but, it's kind of funny, but when I went to my doctors and I told them, what was going on, first thing I said to my doctor was, and don't expect me to eat food because that's what I'm not doing. My diabetes is going to be all over the place, which it was. And yeah, so, yeah, yeah, it is what it is. Sorry, guys. But sorry, guys, I left, briefly. Oh, I'm waiting for fall. Okay. So, anyways, I do appreciate those that stayed and waited. I do, guys, I love you. My lurkers, I love you most of all. Sometimes, no, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I'm so glad. Thank you for being here. And I'm sorry, Blaze. I know I have to finish the farm. I haven't been very good at that. I've been um, I've been kind of busy doing things. See, there's a ticket. I am not picking it up. But anyways, and you know something, guys, I want to put some shout outs for BB Joe, Bebby Joe. She's one of our members from Discord. And apparently she's getting quite popular over there on the other Discord through the game, because she's out there doing her thing, helping others with their farms, which is so wonderful. And she's been keeping herself busy helping other people with their farms. So, and that's what I like about our group is that we do have a really lovely group of people that, if you need help, they'll help you. And because that's the way they are, you know. So I love my peoples on Discord. I do, because it's, and they also play different games, and we make sure that, because whenever one of them does when they're streaming, I get, well, me anyway, I get to watch their streams. I get to say, oh, what does this guy do? What is this? It's like, because Ace, he does different streams too. So it's always good to see, my streamers and dreamers do their thing. And, at the same time, they're still playing Farm together. Um, the one girl, I think it's Jen. She plays a variety of games too. So it's just really cool seeing, that our people are not just playing Farm together. And I'm not saying that Farm together, but it's nice seeing people. They're still out there. They're streaming. They're streaming other games other than Farm Together too. Though I might surprise you day. I might surprise you one day, and stream another game. I'm still thinking about it, which one and how, who, and how many. Um, I actually saw someone the other day, not from our group, but I was just kind of breezing through the breezing through Twitch, and the thing is that I saw someone was actually streaming, because there is a lady that I know. She's been streaming Skyrim for many years, and she's just a lovely woman. I think she's pretty close to 90 years old. Can you imagine that? And the thing is, at the time when I first saw her, I never streamed any. Well, I think I did, but very briefly. I didn't stick with it, which I probably should have, but I did not. But there I was watching this lady, Shirley. If you look her up, Skyrim Shirley, on YouTube, I can't think of her last name off the top of my head, but she's very popular in the YouTube community. And she does Skyrim. As a matter of fact, she got so popular doing her Skyrim that the developers decided they were going to create a character for Shirley. And she has a huge viewing audience. And the thing that I used to like watching too about her was how she would go and immerse herself in a game. Now, if any of you've ever played Skyrim, you can pick up these different books here and there and everywhere, right? So, what Shirley would do sometimes, she would pick up a book and read it. Just read what the book said. Which, you know what? I thought that was the most awesomest thing that you could possibly do. I thought that was really neat. Um, so there was that. But I remember I remember one time, and you know what? I don't even think she did it afterwards. And the reason why I say she immerses herself in the game, this is what she this is what she does. Like one time she was playing like this scary type game, and the thing was, and sometimes like I know Ace, you'd feel my pain when I understand where I'm coming from. Is that okay? So a lot of times when you're playing some of these games, it's not free. It's not open. It's not like an open world. You're kind of stuck with what you have. But yet, at the same token, see like in Farm Together, you see the background, you can see the mountains and things like that. They're beautiful. Um, so Shirley, when she first was playing this scary game, was a campground kind of thing. And so Shirley was just, kind of like describing the background and this and that. And the thing that was funny about it was she said, how come I can't go there? Well, the reason behind that was obviously it was just a background. It's like, hey, how come I can't go to those mountains over there? Do you know what I'm saying? Even though the mountains are beautiful, the trees in the far background are beautiful, but surely we'd be like, well, why can't I go roam around and see? And she was like that. So unlike Skyrim, being that it was like an open world, oh yeah, she's to immerse herself in everything in that game. So, and then be very descriptive about the backgrounds and the trees and the mountains or whatever you could see in Skyrim. She was very descriptive, which was lovely. It was kind of like, the expression goes, you got to stop and smell the roses. Well, in her game, I kind of felt like she was stopping and showing you the beauty of the land, of that world that she was in. And, in that sense, I never really kind of gave that a thought. And I'm sure none of you ever did either when you're, streaming. You don't say, oh, wow, look at that background. Nobody does that. I mean, I haven't seen anybody do that. Um, like when I'm playing Elder Scroll Online, I've never done that. And I have to say and admit that, some of the backgrounds are gorgeous. Um, just like here on Farm Together. Some of the backgrounds are really nice and, and well thought and made of. It's like, okay, so we have the moon and we have the sun and, we have the snow and all that sort of stuff. Though I don't have the weather effects on. No, I don't. Um, but I do know that, their backgrounds are beautiful. They're really beautiful. So, there's that. But again, I mean, I do see it and I think, wow, that looks really cool. I like that. But, oh, was it this? No, because this farm is closed off. Okay. Wait a minute. I do have, oh, yes. Oh, okay. So the free roaming ones, but I should go back to my first farm. I want to show you something on the first farm. I thought, ooh. And guys, you need to go visit Ace's farm, his lettuce farm. I'm going to try to make your lettuce farm as popular as can be. I know it is popular, but if you want a lot of favor, I mean, like if you want favor, go to Ace's farm because it's awesome. But when you get there, you will see some chickens roaming around. You will see some chickens waiting for the bus to come because, it's the bus stop kind of dealio. I thought that was cute as heck. I'll never forget that, seeing that chicken hiding behind the bus stop. So, Sometimes the chickens will go out in the field and things like that. So there's that, you know. But I want to put some prayers up because it is getting late. And I know that I was on the phone probably for about an hour. And I really appreciate those that were patient and, waited. I do appreciate that. Instead of seeing me stuck in the fish pond over there. But I do appreciate that. Um, but I got these to make. See, look at that. See, I'm over here on the second. This is my second farm. And if you notice, all those things are getting full again. And I just say, you know what? If they get full, they get full. I don't care. They gotta get full. The ones that don't get full really fast are my tomatoes, peppers, Um, my grapes, well, that's on me because you have to plant them. So I do get a little lazy. But I wanted to try to cut down on my workers up here because then I thought to myself, wait a minute. I got all those workers up there. What am I doing on my farm 3? Nothing. So I will end up removing, especially you know what? I might just put all the pineapples on my third farm and just be done with it. Because, I mean, that's a lot of pineapple stuff. And not to mention the ones that I'm missing. So what I'm going to end up probably doing is just, taking some of them off this farm here. Just pineapples. And then leaving them on my third farm and going from there. Putting some workers. Because the only workers I actually have on my third farm, I think are just 2. And they're doing the fish farm. And I haven't really done very much with the fish farm only because I'm keeping that same amount, and I believe I want to say it was 126. And I know I showed this to Dial the other day because he goes, "Well, how come you don't do this?" And but here's the thing: the reason why I keep it at 2 as opposed to 3 is it's a lot easier just to lay them down, and especially if you got your workers on them. If you got like a fish farm, whether it be a small one or even a regular size one where you put all the fish in, you can still get away with using 2 workers on those fish. Because like here, guess how many workers I have? 1. And that worker is handling all the newer fish that we just got recently. Okay? So, and it's like instead of having I was talking to my brother about this last night. It was so funny. Because he didn't know about the beta thing. That was for starters. And then he says, because he said to me last night, he goes, he says, I only had 2 places to open on my farm. And I went, oh, yeah. I said, oh, you didn't know this. That's right. I said, they just opened up the farm and gave us extra stuff. He goes, yeah, I can see that. I said, well, don't worry about it. We don't worry about it. I said, just open the 2 spots that you need to open. Don't open anything else yet. I goes, that way you can get your farm a little bit better organized and you know what you're doing. And he goes, yep. So I said, and he goes, well, maybe I should recycle it. Oh my gosh. I said, Jim, don't do that. Don't recycle it yet, His farm is a little bit of a low level farm, so I said, don't recycle it. Just decide where you want things to go, and then you can start opening the extended part of the farm. And I even told them, I said, oh, and by the way, the workers, instead of them being 18 by 18, they are now, 24 by 24. He goes, really? And he goes, oh, wow, that's great. So I was telling him, all the new things from beta. And I also was telling him about the tea and all the herbs and things like that. And I know I kind of brought that subject up yesterday. And I've been talking about that pretty much, I don't know, the past, several days. And, I might, see, I know that I have a lot of gold, but you know something? It will break my bank if I attempt to do what I done on the other farms. So what I might try to do is to kind of gradually work my way, maybe make a newer farm and then do the gradual of putting down, the spices and the herbs and things like that. I mean, we're kind of ahead of the game when it comes to spices because you actually have three active spices that you've had since, for a while, since day one. So you've got that covered. But then, of course, they added newer ones and the tea, which is the herb. So there's that. Just to kind of keep you, aware and, stuff like that. But when I do my pepper field, so guys, I want to put some prayers out, and especially for my cousin Lance. He is going to a new facility today. They're waiting just to, pick him up and bring him there. But I guess it's more geared towards hospice, which is great. Um, I'm not saying that the hospital he's in, they give him bad care because they are taking good care of him. But he's going to a hospice facility where they'll take care of him and they'll make him comfortable, which is great. So I want to just, ask you all if you can say some prayers for him, that, the good Lord keeps him, comfortable and eases pain. Um, which is, because today I'm finding out now that his vital signs are a lot better. So, even though he has cancer throughout, um, at least, there's that other side that the vitals and everything are doing well. So if you could all say some prayers for him and his sister Tracy, I would I would appreciate it, and I know they would too. I had to remind Tracy today, make sure you eat food, and she goes, yeah, but I said, no, seriously, you better. So there was that. Now, but I also want to put some prayers out for those that need them, whether you like it or not. My prayers will always go out to you guys, just because it's important to have those prayers out for people. It's important because you never know what's going to happen to you in your life. And, it's bad enough some of us have those down moments. I know I do. I'm a human being just like you and the next person over to you. But we all need that. We all need to have that prayer. We all need to have that strength. And sometimes that's all you need is the strength to just get you through the day. No matter what the circumstances are, you need that prayer to get you through the day. And 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 it's important. I want to put my thoughts and prayers out those for those that are caretakers. Um, because it's just like my cousin, even though the nurses and stuff are taking care of her brother, someone needs to take care of her. And so, I want to put those prayers out there for those caretakers because you guys do a really great job. Um, and you deserve that. I mean, and I know emotionally and physically, it can do a lot on you. It can be a lot on you, especially if it's a loved one or somebody that you're just taking care of. And in that sense, it's hard to not be a human being, and not have feelings because we all have them. Um, because when I've talked to Tracy even today, I felt sad because it's my cousin Lance, and I remember back in the day when I first met him. He's a great guy. So there's that, and I'm not ignoring the ones that they are called as we know them as being the first responders, and those are your police and nursing and things like that, and firemen. They all do a wonderful job, and EMTs. You all do a wonderful job, but I think in some way that they should have kind of said, you know what, caretakers deserve it too. So that's where I want to put in that little prayer for them because caretakers need to be recognized always. You know, there's no gray area about that because it's a tough job for anybody to. Ooh, my stuff over here is ready. It's a tough job for anybody to do, and there's that. And when it turns to what did I say that thing was? Ooh, fall. And guess what? I can plant right now. Yay! I'm happy with that. Ooh, 5 hours. Damascus Road was on Farm 3. So, and see, here's the thing. I don't I don't think I opened up see that ticket's floating around over there. It's calling my name. Yeah, well, that ain't gonna happen. I won't run over there and get that ticket. No, I won't. But again, yes, they absolutely do. And that's why like, my heart goes out to them a lot because in that sense, honestly, I don't think caretakers are recognized for the hard work that they do. I don't think I don't think caretakers are I don't think people realize the job that caretakers do and the weight that they carry on their back. Whether they're, like I said, their loved ones, friends, or, family or something like that, or even children. You know what? I will tell you right now, when I used to work at this place taking with children, I lasted 1 year. God only knows how I did it because I had little children at the time. And I lasted 1 year. I burned out. I mean, it wasn't even burnout. It was just that I couldn't take it anymore. I wanted to take all those kids home with me. And not because, there was something, like they were, well, I wanted to take those kids home with me too. But I just, I guess it's like, it's where your heart is when you're, when you're taking care of children. It's a different ball game. And God bless those that do take care of children, whether you're a caretaker or a nurse or something. That is a really extremely tough job to take care of children. Because, just like us adults, we can get cancer, we can have heart issues, we can have all of these issues. But then when it comes to a child, it's just different. Because sometimes a lot of these children that have disabilities, it's like, it, they don't have the regular freedoms that a normal kid would have, you know? So you really work, you work trying to make them happy and comfortable and things like that. I know I did. I used to bring arts and crafts with me all the time. And stuff like that when I used to go in there to take care of the kids. I used to bring my arts and crafts with me and I was good to go. But I'm not going to do these animals again. Oh my god. Oh, look at that. All that stuff is filling up. But I want to go to Farm 3 and show you what I haven't done because I haven't done anything. But it's my idea. Okay. This here is my Farm 3 and I know I got to get to those flowers. And again, see, these are two workers handling. Okay, these are all the older fish like that we've had for a long time. So basically, these two workers do all of these fish, or I never have to do them. They do have and I have not adjusted them because those guys there are 18 by 18. Um, and I might go over there and fiddle around with them, and I did start opening this bottom half here, which is most likely where I'll put the trees. Maybe. It depends. Yeah, see, I have to kind of figure it out. Um, see, I do not want to. Um, I do not want to recycle this farm, and because my flowers are in a good place. See, and again, this is my third farm where I specifically have my flowers and my fish over here. There's nothing else here. So, because there's so many pineapple trees, I thought, I got it. I'm like, why do I have all these workers up here? Put it on Farm 3. I'm just going to take and put all the pineapple ones right here and have them do the pineapple trees. And that would be perfect for me. Because all my flowers are here. And I don't have an abundant amount of flowers, but I do. And like I did do my flowers. And like this side is not open yet, but I'm starting from the bottom and working my way over. But I'm not going to really do that for my flowers. I think what I might end up doing is like maybe leaving this little area for some houses. I don't know. Put like some little thing up over here just to kind of make it look okay. And then maybe what I'll do is, like, see, I know if I open this, and I know if I showed you this before, when you open them up, I don't know if it's four, it's four. So in other words, if I was to open this up, if I was to go up here and let's say, oh, well, let's just do it here and I'll show you in a minute. So if I was to start doing my trees right here, and I could probably get away with it, but what's going to happen is when it comes to one, two, four of them, these things are going to have to move up simply for the fact that, and I really don't want to have to go over that far unless I lessen the amount of pineapple trees that I have my workers on. See, because I don't want to go wahoo crazy with the workers, doing that. So, it's kind of like when you're trying to figure out where you want things to go and what's what. That's what's in my brain. It's like, okay, so I know that this is going to look like that. You know what I mean? I try to figure it out, what I want, what I want to do and where I want to place it. Because of my first farm, which, yeah, I wiped it because of the event that's coming up in umpteen days. Just to kind of give you, the heads up on that is, I think they must have changed it because when I saw how many days it was, I goes, that doesn't sound right. But I think it's like 19 days. Let me just finish this and I'll look again. See, and then when you go to my first farm, you'll see all the event stuff up. 19 days. Okay? So, which is cool because, and I think I did say that was roughly the 17th of August. So we've got plenty of time to get ready. Your farm, if you decide you want to put an event farm up for yourself, you've got plenty of time to get ready. Okay? And I will tell you something. If you have a plan of, because my first farm, if any of you've been to my farm, you'll say, oh yeah, because you've seen it. I have one whole section ready to go for the event. Whether they add new things as far as, I don't know, a crop, a flower, or something, I'll put those up too. And I did share the fandom page, which is a wiki page, where they show you all the new things that we will be getting. I don't think there's going to be anything new as far as, trees or anything. I didn't read anything like that. But then again, things can change. You never know. But you know what? I'll be ready for that. If I have to, if I have to make room, I will make room for that. But I'll be ready. I'll be ready for that. No problem. Um, and for me, like where that area is like a blank page, I know that for me, for example, I just have to go put the stuff down, the fencing down. Oh, and I can do the fencing stuff anytime I want, by the way, just like you guys can do the same thing. Prep your lines for your fencing and your signs. And if you say, well, what am I supposed to put on the signs? Just leave it blank. Unless you put it up, like, unless you're afraid of somebody going in there and just planting anything, well, here's what you can do. I won't have anything here. Okay, so let me finish up these flowers and I'll show you what you can do. If, for example, you want to set up your farm to be for an event. If you want it to be for an event, I have the perfect solution. You'll say, oh, you know what? That's a great idea. Um, and it's really simple. You just put your signs up, like if you're doing 36 by 36, that's what I'm doing. Um, so once you have that in place, I'm making sure I'm not missing any flowers over here. And see, that's why I like the flowers and the fish, because the fish are being taken care of. And so I don't worry about that. Um, and again, I haven't changed the amount of anything over there as far as fish are concerned. There's no new fish over there. The only new fish are on my farm too. And it's a small area. It's smaller than my main one. That's the best way to say it. Okay, so I have this here. Okay, so now I have these. So I'm gonna show you what you can do, and it'll, and I'm telling you right now, it'll save you a lot of headache and heartache. Um, Now it's actually at your discrepancy how you want to set it up. But if you decide to do an event, an event area, and it doesn't matter how many you lay down, but like obviously, like for me, I put a bigger scale down over 10 or 12,000. Because like the last one I put down over the amount only because it's just a lot simpler and easier to do. Oh, that one's done. And look at that, they're just slapping me with flowers. Come on. Luckily, I have that many. And it shows you, see, I have 198 flowers. That's going to be my limit. I'm going to keep it at 200. That's my limit. I'm not going to go crazy like I did before and do 300 to 400 because, first of all, when you're popping from farm to farm to farm, you're looking at the time frame. So that's why I don't do it with a lot of flowers. I don't. Where am I? Oh, there's my free roaming little pigs. I think that is so cool. If you look over there, you're going to see the pigs just kind of like, wandering around. The chickens are wandering around. I thought that was really cool, because this part of the farm is closed off so that they can't go anywhere except they can roam around, which I think is really decent. And then I have over here my ducks. Well, they go in the water, so they're good in that aspect. Now let me show you. I don't want to go doubly, but let me show you what I have for a fish count over here. You see what I'm saying? It's like 126. I don't know why I have it 147, but that might be, no, I don't know why I would have it like that. But they're 147. Oh, you know what? The 147 tells me that there's an extra fish somewhere in the land that I opened. But see, these I don't have. These I do. So it's 126. And again, this has got all the older fish, not the new. There's no new ones over here. Okay? So that's why I kept it at 2 and I divided them. And like I said, if you need to go, more inexpensively, you don't want to spend all that, all your diamonds or whatever on this, then just put like a little divider that costs you only 1, and it'll separate all your fish instead of them having all mishmashed up. That's what you do. And I thought, what, Mr. Duck, what are you doing over here? I have no idea. But this, what did I do with I thought I put canneries in here. I guess not. That would help, huh? Oh, wait a minute. Nope. See, I put some flowers at the end. So what I think I'm going to do is, and I don't know why I don't have any canneries here, but you know what? I'm going to put them here for now because, yeah. Well, and the thing is probably, the reason why I probably didn't do it is because, yeah, I probably didn't put them here because they don't really. I'm going to put one here, and one here, and then I'll go down to the other guy because I am getting an overage of fish, so that, I figure I'll do it this way. Okay. See, and you know what? I'm not gonna touch these fish because the work is here, as you can see. Whoops. See, oop, okay. The work is here are 5 by 18. 18th is the full length, but I made it center, and maybe that's what I should have done with the other guys. No, because it's 24. I'll have to check again. But anyways, they have access to the fish. And, now they can do the canneries because, yeah, I get, and it's not just this farm because I spend a lot of time on my second farm. So there's that. So let's go back to my, let's go back to my first farm and I'll show you something. Okay. Okay. So, oh, look at that. I have a quest for them. I'll just get to those. But all of this down below where you see the lettuce, literally, that's lettuce. And then I put my tea and my spices, right along here, which is fine. It works for me. But I would like to work on a farm, and when I put these up, just to kind of do a minimum amount of maybe 200. And I know that, you know, I think starting out with 200, anywhere from let's say 150 to 200 is minimal. And the reason why I say that is because literally it can be very costly. And because, why? Oh, because it's green tea, and I bet you the other one's green tea too. So I've got donkeys, chickens, and tomatoes. And cosmic purple carrots. Okay. Um, but I just thought, because, oops, my thumb hit that. Because, oh, well, now it's dropping down. Because you know what I did? I stopped doing the teas because they were getting kind of sort of full. So I said, you know what? I'm going to leave it alone. But there's that. And then also, if you feel the need to use your favor, have at it. But when I get to this end here, I'm going to stop and show you how easy it is. Because I know a lot of you are afraid that someone's going to come to your farm and, do whatever. But let me just show you something here. I'm going to go down here and show you something. Oh, and by the way, that's the big gas pump. The cyber big gas pump. Let's just go here for a minute and I'm going to show you something. Let's say you want to, you do want to set your farm up to be, somewhat with a, for your event. Okay, so here we go. And let's say you're doing your long rows of, like long rows for events. This is what you do in the meantime. You pick out, like, let's say 1, 2, 3, right? Okay, so what I'm going to do is just for giggles and laughs, I'm going to put this over here, right? And I'm going to do, I have to walk up to it. I'm going to do, let's say, the width. I'm going to leave that alone for now. I'm going to just do 36, okay? I'm going to go straight up 36, okay? But now I normally would do, and I'll show you how it's done. I normally would do 36 by 36. I did that with the lettuce. But now let's say, for example, you want to set your farm up for the event, or maybe for yourself, I get it. So basically what you do is, because you can go to other farms, but then you know what? You don't feel like running around to other farms to harvest, to go looking for what you need. So what I do is, see down below, I'm going to put requires replant this thing. But see here, let me show you what I do. Quest crops only, boom, yes. Which means, let's say for the time being, you want this row to be your event item row right where I am, right? Which is, it's going to be that way. Okay? But let's say you want this to be your event. So what I'm going to end up doing is go 36 by 36 for the fluffy things. And then, because by the way, that fluffy thing is not an event. It's not a quest item. It's an event item. There is a difference. Okay? So here I am over here. And oh my God. Wow. Now, it's just a stupid question. Did you put the tall fences? Oh, thank you. I'm going to pronounce this wrong. Thank you, Echiro King. Thank you very much for the follow, Echiro. I appreciate it. Um, okay. So how were they? Oh, were there? Oh, you know what I would do, Blaze? Honest to God, I would just delete the pumpkins. I mean, that's me, because I know that you need them. You know, the money probably more so. But very honestly, I ooh, you know what's interesting? I'd have to go back to one of my videos. Do you remember their name by chance? See, I can't see the people that I blocked. I can't. But unfortunately, because like I was on Lord Base's farm, and I seen this guy somehow got into with the animals. No, no. Well, he somehow finagled his way through the animals and up where the worker was, and then he started planting stuff. Oh, shoot! I'm really sorry that that happened. Um, and see, this is the beauty of it. Unless like with workers, um, I did it accidentally. You see, and I wish there was a way to prevent that. I think the workers here. Let me just do something here for a moment. Yeah, you know what? Let me try this out for a minute. I hope I have an extra worker. Maybe. Oh, great! I got 12 of them. Okay, I'm gonna put a worker right here for a moment. And oh gosh. Well, actually, I'm gonna put him over here for now. Yeah, I know you've. Okay. So let me just do this. I'm just curious about something. Um, I'm gonna just do a 9 by. Let me see, corner. Ooh, we don't want that corner. Well, I'll figure it out. Okay, now let's just say, um, I'm gonna pick one. Oh, tomatoes. I gotta do that. Tomatoes. Um, and nothing, nothing, nothing. The thing about this is when they sit there idly and they know that they're supposed to plant tomatoes, I mean, it is in season, right? I think. I think. Wait a minute. No, it's not in season. Okay. Let's give her something that is in season. It's wintertime, right? Okay, tomatoes is not. Whoa, well, that's why. Okay, let's give them. Um, Something easy. Let's give them. Oh, wait, I can do this. Let's see what she does. Go plant the tomatoes because it's a 24-hour thing. See, I think what happens is I'm gonna do this. Okay. Okay. So my guess is for the first time around, when you got your worker working, they're not gonna do jack diddly squat. But here's the thing. Let me show you. If I decide over here, well, wait a minute. Now you've seen what I did, right? So now what I'm gonna do is something simple. Give me some corn. You see this? Okay. So if you have a worker, she is just going to water them. It doesn't matter. But here's what's going to happen. When that corn is ready, okay, she will go and harvest it, and then she will plant it. But if you notice, over here, She's doing her grapes, or no, excuse me, she's doing her tomatoes. But when it comes to over here, she's gonna do the corn. She'll water them. So I'm gonna do her a favor and water the corn. And I've never really talked too much about this, only because maybe this ought to be suggested, because the problem with it is that, and I have seen this happen. The worker will plant what they are supposed to do. But if somebody comes to visit your farm, there is nothing to stop them from harvesting whatever the workers are supposed to be doing. There is also nothing to stop them from planting other plants other than what is supposed to be planted. You got to kind of think of it in this terms, that these are free open farm space, and the only thing that this worker is supposed to do is plant tomatoes and water. You know, unless for some reason if I put sprinklers down, then they won't water them. They just go out there and they'll plant them and they'll harvest them and then and then replant. But now, if I went ahead and planted just like I did with this corn, it's not going to prevent anybody from doing that. Simply for the fact that in this sense, it's almost like it's an open land. It's an open farmland. So they can basically plant whatever they want. And like I said, I was on Basis Farm. This was a while back, and I noticed that they somehow managed to get through the animals, but then they ended up coming and they were planting something, and I'm like, uh-oh, And because it was a friend of mine's farm, I said, hey, you're not supposed to be doing that, because I knew that was not what's supposed to be put there. And I think they were planting pumpkins or something like that. And they said, oh, I didn't know. I mean, they weren't being idiots about it. They were very nice about it. I don't know if they assumed I was the owner of the farm, which obviously I was not, because they were new, they were low level. So they did. But if you want to prevent anyone from going in there and messing with your workers, then by all means, and I will show you which ones, because if you don't want them hopping over your fence, use one of these big ones. Even if it's this one, the tall bush, okay? Let me see what else was tall. Oh, the bamboo. Let me get to that. This one here is 10 diamonds, if you have the Boma fence. If you have the Gothic fence, that is 20. But the Boma is 10 diamonds. How come it's not... Okay. And of course, the big fence for the tall cyber fence is 18 diamonds. So you might you might have to do the Boma, or Boma. I don't know what they call it, but it's one or the other. But they can't hop over that fence. And if that one's 10, so you're talking 2 diamonds difference if you want to go with the tall bush. Because, actually, I did do this. Not because I wanted it sealed off, but because when we had the Halloween event last year, I used this here so people couldn't go past there where the workers were. I just wanted to keep the workers doing their job, and it was out of sight, out of mind. No temptations to anybody to go and go back there and do whatever. I do know that on Basis Farm, she has the tall fences, which it's very specific and stuff like that. But I do also know that with her workers, she's got them all blocked off. Yeah, see, and that's great that you did that, Blaze. It's really good that you did that. You know, and I'm just being honest about this. I don't know if people are doing that on purpose. I don't know if they think that they're helping out, because obviously they're not. But I mean, I don't know what people are thinking when they do that. But it's really too bad that over here, just like we have this one wherever I put it. Okay. Just like this one, right? What does it say? Oops, wrong one. What does it say? Quest crops only. That's what it says. Okay? It says quest crops only. It's very specific. Do I have any? No, it's on the other farm, and I ain't putting that down. But now see here where it says, what are you doing, farmer? You know, this is what you're doing. You're setting it up. You're going to do up to four different plants. And then obviously crops, plant, water, harvest, flower, feed and harvest, buildings, harvest, and resupply. I really wished that there was an option, and maybe what I'll do is I'll take a screenshot of this and put it, in there on their Discord channel. Because I have seen this happen too many times where somebody goes in there where the workers are. I am very guilty of that at one time, not all the time. But there was like one time someone had their farm set up with their workers and everything, but the workers were like way off in the distance somewhere. And I remember, I was kind of like harvesting stuff, and putting stuff back down. And again, it was a matter of just like looking at the inventory, like, oh, gee, they need tomatoes or something. So basically, what I did was, and then I went, oh, geez, because what happened was I was going across the field, like going across, and all of a sudden I didn't really pay attention to this, and I should have. And when I say this, I mean the outline of the squares, okay, of the blocks. So I wasn't paying attention. And so what happened was I ended up and I stopped immediately when I finished off the row. It wasn't a big row, but I finished it off and I thought to myself, "Oh my god, now I feel like a jerk." I accidentally um I think it was like a low-level corn or something like that, but I accidentally, you know, replanted a row of corn until I got to almost I like until I got like midway, and then I seen a worker thing there, and I'm like, oh, jeez. You know what I'm saying? Because they weren't planting corn. So I really wish there was something that they could do as far as, you know, so players can be comfortable about their workers with or without a fence being up. Because, yes, the workers are at risk for someone to go in there and plant something else other than, because they don't, there is no, I mean, seriously, take a look around. Do you really know if that's what they're planting is tomatoes, or do you know if they're planting corn? You know what I'm saying? Because you don't know. So it is, that's what it is. So it's almost like it is. It's a free area, but the workers have their very specific, crop, or yeah, crops that they're putting down. Flowers I'm not going to worry about because you don't need to put a wall. The animals basically, they will just go and feed and harvest them. But I'll let you be warned about something. When you put a worker, let's I don't have animals here, but when you put a worker, for example, on your animals, uh, see now he's gonna run over there and water it. Okay, let's say hypothetically this area was for animals. So what your worker is gonna do is, even though your animals are fed, I mean, do you see any of this here? See, it's like they're not full with water, but enough. Okay? It's just enough. 5 minutes. This worker's going to run out there, which is fine, but I'll tell you something right now. If you had animals over here, chickens, rabbits, cows, whatever, do you know, and this is where I had to pay attention, because I'm like, oh no, I ain't having that. Because what would happen is the worker would run out to one animal and feed it. I'm like, and I think it was the goats, because goats are the only ones that eat the garlic. Okay, and even with the berries, same thing with the rabbits. Oh, that's even worse. I remembered I had a workers, like doing the rabbits. And then all of a sudden I'm looking over, just like you can. I have to get out of the way so you guys can see this. If you have workers on your animals or stuff like that, see the little blue circle? That's showing you where your worker is. Well, sometimes, on occasions, your worker will run out to your animal, one or two maybe, and feed them. So they want to keep them fed. But now, when it comes to a whole group of animals, they just stand there and feed them. It's based on the same idea as the fish. But yeah, I think I'm going to just say, why can't you put a little thing that, the workers are assigned that, and that's the only thing they can do? Do you see what I'm saying? That people should not be able to go in there and harvest anything. They shouldn't be able to do anything in there. It should be closed off from them, going there and doing things. I mean, I firmly believe that because, it's just like anything else. And if it's baby boot pumpkins that they put down, depending on what kind of privileges you gave that person, you can look back in the history to see what they're doing. I think it's recent activity or something like that. Let me just see. Resume farm and oh no, well no. I hope I don't have to exit out. There is a setting, quest event photo settings. Okay, game, language, help, restore, help. Nope. I want to double check this so you're all on the same page as me. Open travel, animal freedom, yes. If you want me to show you, I'll show you this again, how to do it this time. Because I wrote the words down. This is a secret. Ooh. And don't mess around with this limit auto tractor speed, smooth auto tractor. Don't do that because it's really kind of funky how it works. But how to play, my challenges are all done. But I think I don't know. Let me see. Hide, show, prevent cheating. I have it off simply because, they get these false positives and I'm going to leave it alone. So my guess is, okay, so you know what? I'll exit out of my game for a moment because, oh, wait, I'm sorry, guys. If you do this here, it's event log, okay? And on your event log, you will see what's been going on, the trees or whatever. But if someone's doing something, you'll be able to see it. Okay? That's just to kind of give you a heads up and an FYI. Okay. Now, I'm going to exit out of here and show you how to have your free roaming animals in case, you don't. I'm going to exit out. This is the first thing you got to do. Then the second thing you want to do is hit Join Farm. Now, it says Use Code. Okay? So I'm going to hit Y. And then I'm going to type in, where the heck is the word? Freedom. And by the way, the O is a 0. So just don't get confused. But here we go. You can do it in cap locks or not. It doesn't matter. So it's going to be FR, the number 3, D, like in David, 0. That's a 0, not an O. It's a 0. And then M. Okay? Now, if for whatever silly reason that it doesn't work out for you, and I'm going to hit enter because it will work for me. It'll work. It says enter the invite code to the farm you want to join. And then now you hit enter. Once you hit enter, if you got it wrong, it's because you got to change that O to a 0. Okay? And it's going to say secret unlocked if you got it right. You've entered the super secret code. A new setting has been unlocked to give more freedom to farm animals. Okay? So now we're going to get out of that because you don't need to do this. And then, you go to, then you go to, oh God, I hate this. No. Then you go to settings, game, okay? Remember that. You go to settings, go to game, okay? Now you're saying, okay, where is this? Okay, keep going down. There you go. Now here's the thing. It might be defaulted to yes, so you're good. But in case it says, or if it says no, then change it to yes or vice versa. But here's the thing. Animal freedom allows the animals to go on an adventure and exit their assigned tiles. Be aware that when it says and exit their assigned tiles, meaning just because they're on the other side of the road or in the field or in the pond, it doesn't matter. The tiles that they've been assigned to will always be there. And so when you go to harvest your animals, it still works. You know what I'm saying? It's just that your animals are out there roaming around doing whatever they're doing. so now I'm going to hit play. No, I don't want to quit. Oh, it's because I hit the wrong button. No. Okay, so now I should have went to my farm too so you can see what I'm talking about. Because I mean, other than, if I look over here, I'm going to see the pig family. I saw this morning and I said, oh, look at that. They're just roaming around having a great day. So let's go to farm 2 and I'll show you exactly what happens. You know what? Can I go to Ace's farm? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I got to show you this, guys. I think it's cute as heck. Okay, so I'm going to exit out for a moment. I think everybody should do this. Just kidding. No, I think you all should. Okay. This is Ace's farm that we're going to be going to right now. And I think this is adorable. And especially when I told Ace, I says, you know what? Is that chicken behind there? He's not. Hey, chickadees, what's go? Oh. Okay. So the chicken is not hiding behind the bus stop. But you see what I'm saying? He just put these little chickens in this place. And they can go wherever they want. If they want to go in the lettuce fields, they can. But you see? They can go over here. They can go wherever they want. Because they're free roaming. And, you know, and I'm not saying put chickens there. You can put whatever animal you want there. Okay? Not necessarily chickens. You can put whatever you want. Doesn't matter. But now see? Ta-da! Now see, look at that. There's a ticket over there. And I'm just saying, I ain't touching that chicken. But you know what's interesting is... Okay. I'm going to exit out for a minute. I want to see something, Ace. Maybe I hit A too soon. I don't know. Join farm. I'm going to do this. Okay, obsessed. Joining session. I want to see if this pops up because now I'm curious. Because honestly, I was just there. Come on. This take me all day, right? Are you kidding me? Bingo. Okay, I was going to say, wow. Oh my God. If you all look, it says, please collect tickets 4 times. Okay? I know that this is new. But just to give you an FYI, clearly this guy wants you to claim his tickets. Okay? So, and I can see that. So, that's fine. And honestly, how come I didn't see it like that the last time I don't know. Maybe because I hit A real quick. I don't know. But just to kind of give you a heads up that Um, and you can't blame the last person that was there on your farm because I'm the last person now. But, it's just the idea. And I get it if you don't want to collect them, but I guess if you go to a farm, the person might kind of like ban you or kick you. I don't know. I can't vouch for that, but I'm just telling you what? I'm just telling you. Wait a minute, what does that say? Obsessed cyber chicken. Obsessed cyber chicken. Ooh. I'm leaving. But I just wanted to show you how, he has his little free roaming chickens roaming around. Where am I going now? Okay, good, because I'm back here. Now see, hopefully the tomatoes won't be done. But see, I'll show you something. If somebody was to come here and there's my worker, see what my worker's doing? My worker is harvesting the corn, but now replacing the corn with the original order. Okay? I'm gonna question that, with the devs on their Discord channel, only because people should not be able to interrupt what a worker is doing. I mean, honestly, they shouldn't. And people shouldn't have to put up these big, tall fences, but I get it. I totally understand. Um, because, yeah, when I've been on other farms like Basis Farm or whatever, yes, they have the tall fences blocking people from going in. And as the person, like, as they're the owner, they can just physically move the fencing and just go in there if they have to do their thing or whatever, or go to town and pay them off. You know what I'm saying? So there's that. But I think that there should be something so regular players can't go in there where you have workers and stuff. I don't honestly. If somebody was up there in the trees and harvesting my trees, I don't mind. I don't have a problem with that. I want to go to this one here to show you what the overlap is. Okay, so the overlap is 4. You see these 4 trees? Okay, so where these 4 trees are is 1, 2, 3, 4. I know you can't see the dots unless I make it really big, and it might fall off the screen. But just to kind of give you a heads up, 1, 2, 3, 4. See these 4? Okay, so basically, they have the on my trees, my spice trees. I'll show you. See, they have 575 spots. Well, unfortunately, when I first put these spice trees down, 575 of whatever you're doing is going to extend over here. And this was where the regular, land, like when our regular land was. So it's kind of like, that's the border. But the thing is, it's going to take up 4 spaces more from 575 down or across, doesn't matter. So there was that. So I just kind of figure, you guys ought to know that, but I think it's really too bad when somebody goes in and, goes over to the workers. I don't have the workers. Well, I did a long time ago, but I don't have the workers doing my crops anymore. I don't. Only because they got my tomatoes up, my corn, and all that stuff up, so I could, go ahead and prestige them. And actually, too, what I was doing was I was swapping them out to go do my animals. So you know what I'm saying? I was just swapping them around. But then I finally decided to go, you know what? I I I mean, I do like doing my trees, don't get me wrong. But then, I kind of figured, you know what? Put the workers up there with the trees. It's They do their thing and they're not planting anything, they're just harvesting. So if somebody goes up there, they want to harvest the trees, let them have at it. If they, if that's what they like to do, I don't mind. It's not a big deal for me. There's been times when I need something like right now to get this quest done, as far as the trees are concerned. And let's say, for example, the workers, well, they're not slow like they used to be, but what I would do is I would just go up there and harvest the trees that are for a quest. That's what I would do to keep them out of the way. So, there is that. I'm trying to think. Because I think we covered a lot today. And I'm hoping to cover more. But like I said, if you have any, comments or questions or concerns, please feel free to send me a message or whatever. Or join us on Discord. We're a good crew. And, I can see their good works when they go to the other Discord channel for this game. Because we do have some really, really good devs that, are doing a wonderful job with this game. And I know some people, basically not. Uh, I think it's because they ran out of things to do and, stuff like that. So they stopped playing for a while, but not on a daily basis. They just stopped playing for a little while. And then they would kind of go back and forth to their game. And you know what? There's nothing wrong with that. Not a thing. Don't feel bad. You can feel bad when beta comes and it's gone. And now beta is fully open. And guess what? Wow. And, and I just looked at my other farm. I don't even want to go there and tell you how many farms I got open there. I think it's 5. And when I saw that, I goes, I have 5? Oh, what am I doing? And I think I wiped every single farm. I did. I wiped them all. I figured, you know what? I'll let them all start from scratch. And that's what I did. But I haven't done anything with that farm. I don't plan on doing anything with it yet. So, let's go back over here to number 10 somewhere. Oh, by the way, I really shouldn't have this here because this is actually a free planting area, and no one's been over there yet, but you never know. But I'm gonna go down here to number 10. Oops. Okay, where is my... I just passed her. Okay, and see now, they got all the tomatoes all in place. But, I want to get back to you on this. See? If, like I said, if you want to set yourself up with an event farm, the best way to do it is, you do your 36 by 36. And then because like if you have it like that, no, obviously. If you just put signs up, okay, people will put things down and you have no control over that. But you do have control when it's this. You go right down there, hit quest crops only, and guess what? That is all they can do, if anything at all. And there's no harm in that. Okay? And that's exactly what I do. That's exactly what I do when it comes to my event stuff. I just put these signs up. I put my fencing down over here, and they're ready to go. And then all I have to do is wait for the event to show up, which would be 19 days. And what I do is I go over here, and I undo the quest crops only sign, right? And then I just put in whatever the event item is that needs to get added. Okay, so, and I'm slow. So, and if you know something, and even if you wanted to water this area for your event items, do it. Just put it down there, and you'll still be fine. So, there's all of that. I mean, I know that for some you're like, oh, I don't want to have to do that. Fine, don't. But again, just to be on the safe side, and you have a big space, like 36 by 36. And by the way, this is not. I'll go down there. Oops. Well, I hate this. Okay. Okay. Where's my little... Did I start it up, so? Yeah, I guess I did. Okay, I'm going to go to 1 because it's where I started it. I think. I don't know. Wait a minute. Come on. Oop. Oh, I hate this. It's because I don't have my thingies here organized too well. Okay. So in this case, it's 15 by 36. And all of these signs, from where I'm standing, see these little dots? They will all say 15 by 36 with the exception of the very last one that'll say 15 by 34. Because over here, I've got 2 spots and I said, nope, I'm just going to leave it like that. And so, I mean, and that's what I did. I mean, I have, oh, now it's going to be a little off. But even though it says 3,693, I also have the purple stuff down, the purple ones, so which is good, you know. So, what? Oh, I get 4 o'clock almost. So I'm going to get a bite to eat. I'm going to bid thee all farewell. And I'm really sorry about today, but, you know, with my cousin being very sick and ill, you know, he's just waiting in line for the good Lord to call his name. And I mean, that's the only way to say it in a nice way. You know, there's not much anybody can do or the doctors can do but keep him comfortable and pray for him. There's that. So, you know, God bless you all, and thank you so very, very much for being here. I appreciate it, and thank you for your patience while I was on the phone with my cousin. Because, you know, I want to kind of be aware of what's going on with, you know, with him. And because I know she's going through a tough time right now with her brother, which, you know, I've been there, done that too. And it can be a tough and an emotional time for her. And, you know, I know that she'll be walking with the father to kind of keep her okay. Because, you know, even like today, I said, I bet you feel like a robot. And she goes, yep, that's exactly how I feel. She goes, but I do know, she says, when, you know, when everything is all done and when he passes, she says, I'm going to fall apart. I goes, don't worry about it. You got family that will be there for you. I'll be there for you. So I says, just hang in there and you'll be okay. I just want to make sure you eat your food and, you know, stuff like that. So, but again, thank you so very much. God bless you all. And thank you for being here. And I hope you have a wonderful day and evening. Um, I hopefully will be here tomorrow, God willing, as they say. I hope you'll be here tomorrow, God willing. So, oops, gotta take that out of there. That's the wrong one. I'm always hitting the wrong one. I don't know why that is. There we go. So again, thank you, and I want you all to definitely have a blessed day. And lurkers, I love you dearly. And with that, you all take care. I love you guys, and you have a good day today. Take care.